próxima partida de hoje é a disputa pela medalha de ouro no simples masculino nos Jogos Olímpicos Rio 2016 entre Juan Martín del Potro, da Argentina, e Andy Murray, da Grã-Bretanha. Vamos de volta ao nosso apresentador aqui na quadra central, Caio Braz.
É isso aí, galera. Estamos nos preparando para a chegada da grande final aqui na quadra central do tênis. Eu estou com minha colega Cesalina Grace, que apresenta o Live at the Games. Ela esteve em todas as arenas praticamente. Cesalina, bem-vindo. O que é que você está achando da energia aqui no tênis?
Obrigada, Caio. É um prazer estar aqui, porque sabendo que a torcida estava fervorosa e que hoje é uma final histórica. Então, vamos manter o espírito olímpico, torcer para os atletas e uma grande festa, né?
Maravilha. Olha só, galera. Vamos em breve começar a nossa final. Eu queria deixar uma mensagem para vocês de muito obrigado. Foram 8 dias de competição, centenas de milhares de profissionais trabalharam para fazer essa Olimpíada um grande sucesso, que já é. Nós, como os brasileiros, estamos tremendamente orgulhosos de ter realizado essa Olimpíada aqui no Rio, a primeira Olimpíada na América do Sul. Então vamos pro tênis, vamos embora.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the athletes.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos receber os atletas.
Representing Argentina,
Representando a Argentina,
Juan Martín del Potro. Representing Great Britain,
e representando a Grã-Bretanha,
Andy Murray.
Thanks very much, Rishi. So here we go. A few more Brits in today, but a whole load from Argentina. The one hope to neutralise the noise as far as the Brits are concerned is that the Brazilians will naturally not favour the Argentine, and so they'll take Andy Murray to their hearts. That's the hope. Well, it couldn't have been more different yesterday. Murray breezing through against Kei Nishikori, but Juan Martín del Potro having to go 3 hours and a quarter against Rafa Nadal. Right up against the brink he was, 5-4 serving, broken back. It looked like it would be Rafa's match. It wasn't to be, but he clawed it out. So here we are, Murray, a match away from doubling up with gold medals. Exciting atmosphere, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to this one. It really is a cauldron-like cavernous kind of stadium, and I would say it's probably about half full at the moment. The upper tier is just starting to fill up, and the atmosphere bubbling up nicely out here. Really quite something for these two athletes.
gold medal matches, the mixed doubles, Bethany Maddox-Sands and Jack Sock beating Williams and Rajiv Ram, and the women's doubles, Katerina Makarova and Elena Vesnina beating Martina Hingis and Tamara Baksinski. But the atmosphere was nothing like the atmosphere today. Pascal Maria will be the man in charge, and he will have a lot of work to do, as James Kyothevong had yesterday. He probably picked it up better than I did, but it sucked as the noise is so great around us. It sounded like Del Potro won the toss of the coin, and he's elected to receive.
I think so, and Andy's happy that end. That's it. Yeah, it really is very, very voluminous out here, isn't it? There's a nervous, palpable anticipation of this one.
Head-to-head between the two of them is 5-2 in Murray's favour. And there's the run-through from Del Potro. The big one, of course, in the first round, knocking out Novak Djokovic, the world #1 by a country mile. Then João Sousa of Portugal. 3 sets there. Then Taro Daniel of Japan. 3 sets there. Roberto Bautista Agut, who won that 2 tie-break sets. And then Rafa yesterday. Andy's run has been very comfortable early on, beating Troitsky 3-3, Monaco 3-1, then a very difficult match against Fabio Fognini, but coming through 6-3 in the third, and then Steve Johnson at 4-3 up, at one point had a break, Murray broke back and clawed it out, 7-6 in the third, and then the match against Kei Nishikori, pretty comfortable.
Yes, he was 3-love down in the third to Fognini, wasn't he? That was a really tough one. Pulled that one out of the bag very, very comfortably as the sun is descending here on what's been a gorgeous day in Rio. This man has arguably one of the most devastating ground shots in tennis. He is feared throughout the world. The forehand is absolutely thunderous, and it could be pivotal today against Andy Murray. He cocks that racket head up really high, and as it descends, well, it's just a mighty thud.
24 hours ago, he was in tears. He was a wreck after beating Nadal. Has he recovered? Murray would have watched his reaction and would have thought, that's very interesting. All he's done is get to the final. I know it was big for you, but that was a heck of a reaction from Del Potro.
He even went in the first tier of the crowd, didn't he? Started hugging some of them, which is really nice to see. But of course, it's all draining, and Andy Murray will be sort of savouring that and holding his reserves back as a consequence.
The Frenchman in charge. Argentines, wherever you look around the stadium, 10,000 seat. I would think it's around half full, just a bit more than half full now.
People spilling into the upper tier pretty fast now. This is certainly the blue ticket event, and everybody very excited. There's a real purr around here of energy. Can't wait for this one to unfold. And of course the semi-final, the Nadal Del Potro semi. Thrill a minute that was.
I know a lot of you watching aren't tennis buffs and may not know the Del Potro story, but it is an amazing one. At the age of 20, he won the US Open, destroying Roger Federer. And then shortly afterwards, he had a wrist problem, had surgery on the right wrist. It was a massive comeback he had to endure. And then it got to 2015, and just when it looked like he was coming back, the other wrist, the left wrist, would you believe, where he uses for the double-hander, that went, and he had 3 surgeries. And at one stage, it looked like he was never going to play again. He said he couldn't even watch tennis because he got so depressed watching other guys. But with the help of his doctor, Dr. Richard Berger, they've worked out a schedule. He hasn't had to change his technique. And even though he's ranked 141, take no notice of that. This is a top 10 player in every sense of the word, and Murray will treat him just like that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it was only back in 2010 when he was ranked 4th in the world, so he really is a player of stature, and as I say, he brings such weaponry to the tennis court. He's so statuesque at 6'6" and an intimidating presence, and when he gets to look at that forehand, it really is ginormous. And he'll have to have a good game plan prepared to combat that.
Andy has come into this in a very positive frame of mind. Whenever he's been asked about defending the title, he says he doesn't see it that way. No one's going to take that gold medal he won in London away from him. He just sees this as doubling up, another huge achievement, but he doesn't think in any way he's defending anything. And that's exactly the right attitude to come into this match with.
Very much. He wants to go out there as hunting, doesn't he, rather than hunted. And as you say, he's got nothing to defend. He's got a gold medal already. No one's going to strip him of that. He's just going to try and build and get a second, which would be historic if he could, of course.
Del Potro has been sparing in his tournaments. He's been very careful. For example, he went to Australia hoping to play, had some practice. It wasn't feeling right, so he pulled out of Australia. And he didn't start back until February in Delray Beach, having spent the best part of a year out of tennis. Since then, it's been step by step. Semi-final in Stuttgart, where he lost to Kohlschreiber. Third round at Wimbledon, where he lost to Lucas Pouille, but he beat Stan Wawrinka in the second round. That showed us he was getting ready for the top flight again, and he's shown that again here in Rio. Murray's form, well, it's been a little bit staccato. Terrific yesterday, terrific in the first 2 rounds. Against Fognini and Johnson, it wavered here and there, but when he was under pressure, he found what was needed.
Yes, he's dug deep when he's needed to, hasn't he, Andy Murray? Showing a lot of character, and because of all the hard yards that he's run throughout the season, his body is honed. He knows that, and I think that gives him a lot of self-trust as a consequence.
Still people coming in all the time.
And I think the question on everybody's lips, Simon, is, can Del Potro pull off a third big surprise? Took out Djokovic in the opening round. That was an emotional farewell to Novak, who was tearful as he left the court with his Olympic bid over. And then, of course, Nadal yesterday. Can he do it again?
What is it about tennis players and tears? They seem to flow readily in the last few years.
It's the modern man, that's what it is. We're all in touch with our emotions. We're allowed to let go every now and then.
Yeah.
I say we as if I'm in their company, but this a real privilege this afternoon, evening. Is this one just about to get underway?
It's starting an hour and a half later than was scheduled because the ceremonies took a lot longer, I think, than people thought. The matches weren't short. So what's the result of that? Well, the temperature's still pretty high. I would think it's around 26. Has been up towards 30. There's no sun on the court now. Humid, around 52% the humidity. And a light breeze, but pretty good conditions now.
Yeah, idyllic playing conditions. Not, as you say, not much breeze around at all, which won't be interfering with the ball toss. So, idyllic.
Best of 5 sets, the final. Best of 3 all the way through. Best of 5 tie-break sets. That too may work in Murray's favour, bearing in mind what happened yesterday to Del Potro. But it is Andy Murray of Great Britain to begin.
Ready. Play.
Continuing problem of spectators moving and taking their seats as players are about to serve. It won't go away, that's for sure.
Enough.
If there is considerable residue from what happened yesterday, I guess we're going to pick it up at the start and towards the end of the match. Is Del Potro going to take a little while to get going here?
Well, imperative for both players to get a good start in such an event of huge magnitude. It's about holding serve first to settle down.
It's the immediate response from Murray when he plays a poor shot these days. Towel, just to slow things down.
And that was a strange choice, given that the match is so young, going with those soft hand skills. I thought he'd want to bludgeon the ball to settle into the match a little more. Well, you could see here a real deliberation in the feet work there behind the ball from Andy Murray, just wanting to ensure that. Crowd starting already.
There's the odd chant from the Argentines. Just booed down by the Brazilians. No love lost here between the two nations. Listen to that roar. There are a lot here, it has to be said, who have come here to watch Del Potro lose.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Whoever he was playing. But we'll take that. Now it's the Argentines.
Well, there's a lot of Argentine flags clad all round the upper echelons of this wonderful court here. 10,000 seater capacity, and I'd say now we're probably 3/4 full.
There's people coming in all the time. So it's the 27-year-old from Tandil. They call him the Tower of Tandil. You can understand why, especially if you happen to be receiving the serve. Another key element, of course, will be how much can Andy Murray nullify the Del Potro serve. It is a cornerstone of his game, that and the big forehand.
And it's imperative as well that he lands Del Potro a lot of big serves and a high percentage in, so that he can get on the front foot in the rally.
So an opening straight away. Our commentary position to the right there. We're right behind Del Potro, sort of bird's nest right at the top. Terrific view of the stadium.
Well, we've been saying all week just how hard it is to hit through this slow, abrasive, hard court. It can play very slowly, but Del Potro does have the weight of shot to crush through, and he's got very flat trajectory. Sometimes can be a little net bound on occasions. He plays with fine margins, this big man.
Well, it's taken a bit of out of him, and a little sickly smile. But it's interesting there, not just that Del Potro won the rally, because normally Murray would win rallies of that length, but he was moving fine.
Moving very, very quickly. Anybody who can get past Rafa on a slow hard court is a good mover, and you wouldn't call him gazelle-like in that regard, but he's very efficient for a big man.
Murray will be happy if rallies of that length continue.
And it's an interesting talking point, actually, because when Murray a couple of years ago would often wait too long in the point, and that could be sort of problematic against a player like Del Potro. So agreed, he does want the rally length to be longer, but perhaps not too long, because he can become a little passive sometimes.
Yeah, a shot that's become Murray's trademark, that backhand across court. Is Leon Smith, the head of men's tennis, just loving that.
It was the changes in pace for me, the lulled slow slice and then the vicious acceleration on that backhand approach, and wonderful point from Murray there, just stamping on that volley to get it away.
So break point in Del Potro's opening service game.
There's that forehand. What a way to respond, eh? So positive.
Yes. You can see why, even though he's an enormous man, why he's had problems with his wrist. These days, the problems have been all with the left wrist on the double-hander, but initially, about 6 years ago when he was a year out, it was with the right wrist. Boy, does he put some force through it.
Yes, he's got a terrific multi-segmented forehand. There's so many facets that he uses. The shoulder, the elbow, the hips, the knees. They're all firing at the right time. And of course, it unloads onto that small muscle group at the end, the wrist. A bit like a coiled up towel when I flick you when you've got out the shower. Just to put viewers at rest, that hasn't happened. Murray constantly looking up at Leon Smith and Shane Annan, who's his physio, alongside Leon. It's just that really early reassurance that he seeks from his camp. Still settling, these two. Floodlights on now, and they will of course be increasingly important. It gets dark quite quickly here. Another half an hour and it'll be virtually night time.
Yes.
Well, it's such a big, heavy shot, that one, but it can go astray, and if the concentration is off at all, that's what you see. Murray playing on teasing out those kind of errors from the Delpo forehand.
.201 Ks.
That is difficult.
His fastest serve so far, 203. But the first ace of the match to ace Andy Murray, it has to be special. But he can't finish this game off.
Yes.
Well, whenever you watch the Argentine play, the match is normally on his rack. He plays on his terms, and he's got the sort of game that can just wrench the match away from several opponents, even top tenors. We've seen that a lot in the past. But perhaps nerves are jangling a little. He hasn't quite entirely settled. Clever play from Andy Murray there, using the slice to keep the ball low to the tall man.
That is Murray.
So another chance for the break. Murray doesn't need the lesson, but he's got to be sure when he goes to the Del Potro forehand.
Yes.
He's got some defence, because it wasn't that short and Del Potro was in like a rag.
Yeah, he'll sting anything about quarter length off that side, Del Potro. And the Argentinian's really getting behind him now.
Murray standing around 7 meters behind the baseline to receive this, but he moves forward as Del Potro serves. No. Del Potro can't finish this game off. Very clever little half volley. It was a tricky shot as he came forward there on the forehand.
Well, you have to commend his positivity. Andy Murray coming forward very often in this match already, asking a number of questions of the Argentine. Both players fully aware that if Murray can get the early break here, it could really set precedent for this opening set.
Yeah.
Advantage Murray.
Del Potro's got to try and avoid rallies of that length and more, because even though he started out well, that is not going to work for him.
No, absolutely. And he was getting a little tangled up there. He wasn't fully committed the way he moved around his own backhand. He just kind of steered that one into the doubles alley of Murray.
So, third time lucky for Murray. Forward he comes again, and this time he does get the break.
And he's 4 from 4 in net assaults as well. Really effective up there. Very proactive game from the British number one. Watches this ball so closely, leaving nothing to chance. Securing it with the legs as well. Good use of the other arm for balance. Head still.
It's a massive blow early on for the Argentine. Yeah. Murray did well to get it back, but didn't exactly put Del Potro off.
Love 15.
There's a guy just sauntering along behind the cameraman to the right of Murray. And Murray was distracted, but he carried on. I'm not sure he's not one of the security guys.
Love 13.
But halfway through that point, he started walking around again.
Well, he should know better, really.
And one of the line judges has gone over to him to tell him to keep still. We got lucky there. It was a fine volley at the end. But off the net, he could have gone anywhere.
It was a world-class volley, this, because he was under the pressure of the scoreboard, and to make that off volley at that stage, highly skilled from Andy Murray. It's far easier to volley back where the ball has come from. Terrific control of the racket head there.
But it is a plan, obviously, to get forward as much as he can, as much as he feels comfortable with. And maybe a little more than that. Oh, just out. And here's a chance for an immediate break back for the Argentine.
15-14.
Oh, terrific from Murray.
Absolutely brilliant from Andy Murray, targeting most of his traffic to the backhand of Del Potro for obvious reasons. But didn't he defend that lob well? It landed right on his own baseline.
But Del Potro disgusted with himself for not making that final shot. He'd normally back himself to make it. The second break point. Well, you have to take your hat off to Del Potro. After all that happened yesterday and the iffy start he's made, that was some character, and it's now 1-2.
Murray leads 2-1.
Just looking down at Murray, he's shaking his head as if he can't believe what happened just then, but it was a reality.
He was a little rash, Andy Murray, on the last backhand there. He really went after that. And, well, perhaps a bit of a strange choice, a nervous choice from Andy on that second break point to defend. Del Potro managing to have his way.
And I hope you're digging in for a long evening. 3 games, we've been going at 27 minutes. But so much has happened. Yeah, Murray guessed he was going to the forehand. He was there almost as Del Potro made his shot.
Well, they've obviously done their homework, the team of coaches as well, and studied footage of where Del Potro likes to go. What are his playing tendencies? Murray guessing dead right.
Terrific shot.
Yeah, the service weight of Del Potro has gone ratcheting up. But still he's staring at love 30.
And he tried to lay the hammer down just a bit too strong there. So Murray then with 3 chances to break Del Potro for the second time. And he did it with ease.
An immediate backlash from Andy Murray. Real credit to him, showing mental fortitude there.
He's had 17 successive wins going into this match. It's a difficult habit to break, especially when you're as good a player as he is. It was just too good a shot from Murray. He knew what was happening. He knew Del Potro was coming forward.
There was an urgency in the footwork of Murray all throughout that point, and didn't he do well to get this to the big man's toes here? Look at this, always awkward when you're 6'6" with those.
Yeah, measured it to perfection. He's lifted his game to just about the highest level it can be. And it looks at the moment too good a level for Del Potro.
Yeah, this was just perfectly weighted and angled, and it had to be. Del Potro closing in, cutting down the angle, to no avail in the end.
Yeah, he wasn't sure about the shot at the baseline, so I'm not sure he gave it 100%, his reply. And Murray just mocked it up, and now has got 3 points for 4-1. So 4-1, and after a tricky start, suddenly it's looking a little one-sided, and Del Potro has to hold here, otherwise this set's gone.
It was a very strong couple of games from Andy Murray, really making a statement of intent. There's a huge backlash, having relinquished on his own serve a few games ago, but he's back with a vengeance now, looking very good, very, very focused and intense with the footwork. Good energy from Britain's finest.
We understand that Murray's booked a jet tonight. He's sharing it with Rafa Nadal, making their way home. Nadal is probably very fatigued after yesterday, where he put so much in and didn't get any reward. But he lost to Kei Nishikori today in the bronze medal match. Nishikori winning 6-2, 6-7, 6-3.
Could be very mixed emotions on that flight if Murray has his way here. But yes, Rafa Nadal, he's played something 12 matches, I think. Of course, he won the doubles with Mark Lopez, his dear friend. Gold medal there. So he's come away with something. And quite remarkable for Rafa Nadal, having had such a long time out since the French Open, to come back and to be competing at this level. Absolutely commendable.
So what now for Del Potro? He's got to come up with something.
Well, he's landing 60% of first serves in, Del Potro, but only winning 50% of them due to the terrific returning skills of Murray.
Enterprising play from Del Potro. Yes, Murray's always been regarded over the last few years as the second best returner in the game. Some would say in the history of the game, behind Djokovic. Not sure he's number 2 anymore.
No. But interesting to see the deep court position of Andy Murray. They're scurrying from well back behind the Rio sign on the baseline. Doesn't want to give too much time to Del Potro, because we know what he's like when he has time on his side. He just winds up that forehand and wounds you.
Well played. Every point, even a 40 love point given.
And Andy's sort of preying on that right now. He spread the court really well to the Del Potro forehand there.
Yeah. Well, he kills you so beautifully, doesn't he, Murray? And he did it there.
Death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? Just teasing here. And Del Potro thought for a second he could, and then he went. It was too late, though.
Perfect lob. So 40 love becomes 40-30 in the advance. K's out wide. Ace number 2. But it's still Murray by a break.
Well, there's no doubting his bone-crushing power, but there's been a few grimaces from Del Potro, almost as if he's perhaps a little fatigued after the endeavours against Nadal yesterday. But the support will no doubt buoy him.
Murray off the mark with aces now. It was over, it was a winner.
15-0.
And of late, there's been more scenes of Del Potro foraying forwards. I think Andy has to be a little bit careful. He's not too passive here. We've seen him in the past go through these sort of meandering phases of complacency. Let's hope it's not one here. He's only 2 from 8 on second serve, points won. Murray. Well, we talk so often about the line between being overly aggressive, and Del Potro normally cooks that up just about right, but we have seen a few too many unforced errors from his forehand side.
Well, he's a brute of a man, is Del Potro, but he's got real skill as well.
Soft-handed brilliance here, very explosive first step, got to it early enough that he could just tickle it over nicely. Good poise and balance around there, using the other arm nicely, put the brakes on by stabbing the heels into the court.
rather off balance on that second serve.
30-14.
His first double. And a chance for another break back.
Gracias. Gracias. Gracias.
Well, you'd have thought backhand to backhand, there'd only be one mirror, and that would be Murray. Not then.
Murray leads 4-3.
So 2 breaks each. So Murray will be a little upset with himself there, allowing Del Potro to get the break. Now, there has been some criticism of Murray pre this second teaming up with Lendl, that at the beginning of matches he plays not to lose, and then once he's in a difficult position, he plays to win.
Time.
I think Lendl sorted that out again, and I haven't seen it. But it's something to watch out for.
And that was a little reactive from Andy Murray, that service game there where he lapsed. And, you know, we haven't seen him venture into the net as he did in the early part of the set. He was 6 from 7 in effect in that regard, but just kind of losing his way a little bit there. It was a bit of a sort of nothing game, really, and Del Potro capitalising on it as you would expect.
So the match being played at a pedestrian pace. It's always thus with Del Potro. 3/4 now we've been going for 7 games.
Well, it's been 2 consecutive games against Andy Murray, and he has to stop the rot now because the momentum bubble of Del Potro really starting to swell.
Things are looking a little bit more difficult for Murray. His favourite shot there, the backhand across. What's become his favourite shot, letting him down.
Yeah, the rock solid Andy Murray that we're used to seeing, just not there at the moment. Bit of a lapse in concentration, perhaps. Del Potro compounding that misery with a serve approaching 200 kilometres an hour.
40-15.
Well, Del Potro is definitely orchestrating affairs over the last 3 games. No doubt about it. Andy Murray is scurrying phase at the moment, just playing chase. But, of course, it's all dependent on how many second serves he gets a look at here.
No, the rhythm has gone from Murray. Hopefully that won't last long, but that's the situation.
4 games all.
And it is 4 games all.
Scoreboard confirming a run of 3 games for Del Potro then, and the South American energy starting to bubble up.
Third service.
Just don't get it.
It's suddenly like there's a switch, or the plug has been pulled out somewhat. A complete turnaround in this set, whereas in control at 4-1.
Oh, even so far wide, so far back, Del Potro still able to crush it across and then gets the winner down the line.
3 things have happened out here, Simon, that are really very interesting. Andy Murray's service percentage, first serves, has come right down. He's now below 50%. His court position is incredibly well back behind the baseline, rendering him a little less effective. And of course, he hasn't forayed to the net in the last few games at all.
Gracias. Silencio, por favor. Gracias.
He's challenging. It's down the line. We're a long way up.
Well, he did challenge instantly as well.
I think Pascal Murray didn't see the first challenge, which is why he's saying it was too late. No, he's wrong, Pascal Murray.
Yeah, he raised his hand immediately, but he didn't say anything, perhaps. That was the issue, and he couldn't hear anything, so he thought that he didn't challenge.
He's lucky because it might well have been out there. And if it had been, it was love 40.
And it could be consequential.
Del Potro's got to forget it. It might be tough. Oh, it's a good shot. Not quite enough. Loft on the club from Del Potro. But Murray dealt with it well. But how Pascal Maria can say you didn't challenge quickly enough when he obviously wasn't looking at him, because we saw it and it was instant.
Yeah, that was poor from Pascal.
Thank you.
Huge point here.
And we go.
Credit to Del Potro, he didn't make too much of that. Could have really brought the crowd into it, made it a raucous few minutes. That's a fine shot from Murray, and what a timely one.
Yeah, absolutely. Just about to say the same. Look at the court position. He hit that winner from, well, the unreturnable backhand from about 2 or 3 meters inside the baseline. That was better court position from Murray, and it's all stemming around the fact that if he can land the first serve, he can have his way with the point more often than not.
It's all a bit of a fight at the moment.
Well, I think it's very hard when you've been playing sort of catch up in the point and you're used to just scurrying and then suddenly trying to turn on something very aggressive.
Yes, it is dark now. It's ticking up to 6 o'clock local time. Here we go, says Murray. And he won what could have been a dangerous game there. And he forces Del Potro to serve to stay in the set.
Yeah, that was a very brave game from Andy Murray, as I say, wrestling with his first serve percentage, just collapsing with that chin and chest a little. Has to stay up there, keep that tossing arm up a little longer. But he's still in this set, and he has the upper hand indeed, more crucially. So can he hold on?
At Wimbledon, he was 65% first serves in as an average. At the moment, 47. Wonderful side as the sun sets over in Copacabana. Well, you don't win Olympic titles easily. So anyone who thought that this might be easy after Del Potro was involved in that marathon effort yesterday, a little wide of the mark. Third Olympics, of course, for Murray. Wasn't happy with his first visit. That was to Beijing when he lost in the first round to Liu Yen-sun, and he hadn't really come prepared. Came a little late and he was undercooked, and he knows that, and he wasn't going to make the same mistake here. Of course, the gold medalist. Terrific tournament in London, beating Djokovic in the semi-final, Federer in the final, and winning the mix. Silver with Laura Robson.
Yeah, heady times for British tennis that year.
And it was the pivotal tournament, wasn't it, for Murray? After that came the Grand Slams. US Open just a few weeks later. And 2 Wimbledon titles. There are his notes. So after 6 minutes short of the hour mark, Del Potro serving to stay in the opening set.
Commendably, at least Andy Murray was trying to take on that second serve return there and do something with it, be a bit more proactive.
Loves to come forward on return. See how far back he is, see where he hits it. Cool as a cucumber.
30 love.
Really was here because the ball had a lot of hang time. You can see how high it got.
So solid.
It's great to watch when he's playing well, Delpo, isn't he? Just when he comes forward there, it's all so smooth and bullies the point so easily. Serve and sting combinations abound.
Love service game for Del Potro. It is virtually full now. Late arriving crowd. But there are very few seats unfilled. 10,000 seater. Way over 9,000 in tonight. He's having problems with that double-hander across, which is normally such a significant part of his armoury.
Yes, he didn't have a lot of oncoming pace to play with, and it did get a little bit low, but Del Potro, having won 4 of the last 5 games, feeling very secure about now, but Andy needs to get down and secure that from the knees. The racket head underneath the ball and dig it out.
Oh, what a shot.
That's really encouraging for all British fans, isn't it, when you see Andy Murray foray to the net with such effect.
15-all.
So decisive, and in contrast with what we've seen of late. Look at this. Wonderful. He's so adept around the net. Great hand skills.
The slider, which was giving Nishikori nightmares yesterday. In his second ace.
No flash, please. Thank you. No flash camera.
It is out. He'll put his arm up the challenge very quickly because he saw Pascal Maria miss the gesture from Del Potro earlier on.
Well, of course, it is a cauldron of noise, and so you have to shout very clearly if you want to challenge. If he's not picking up on the gestures.
Missed, but it was his fastest serve of the evening. That was 2-10. Was put off a little siren outside. He looked up as if he might have been distracted. But that backhand has looked almost vulnerable.
Yes, normally so technically sound on that side. But more significantly for me, I'm anxious about this first serve percentage down at 43%. He needs to be up or around or above 60%. Because what does that do? Well, it enables Del Potro, if he's down on too many second serves, to get the upper hand in the point, and when he's bullying off that forehand side, we know the effect it can have.
Yeah, so good. Again, surprising enterprise from Del Potro. And he looked very adept with that finishing volley.
Seemed to get a good read on the Andy Murray backhand pass there. Look at this, how early he steps forward and just closes that off with a gigantic stamp.
Gracias. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Murray needed that. And there's Del Potro staring down the court. He can't understand why he missed on that shot.
Yeah, just kind of floated long, didn't it? Only just spilling over the baseline, but hands on hips in response. Very dejected body language after missing that one.
Super solid Murray in that point. Back in front, forcing Del Potro again to serve to stay in this set. Bearing in mind what happened yesterday with Del Potro, that marathon match with Rafa, would you say it's crucial for him to win this opening set?
I think so, because Andy Murray, as the better player, ranked second in the world, has that wriggle room if they do go the distance, and we know about the great fitness of Andy Murray. I think you're absolutely right. Imperative for Del Potro to try and land the opening set any way he can. But he's still won 4 of the last 6 games out here, so but Andy Murray winning the last, of course. But Murray, you know, you feel on the evidence of what we've seen of late that it makes British fans quite nervous, because there's been nothing that authoritative that we saw at the opening phase in the set, where he led 4-1. He was foraying to the net with such effect and crunching his backhands very, very well, and mixing in some lovely low slices and drop-shotting at will, and really was commanding the points, but not so of late.
The velodrome in the background, where we've had so much British success. It is architecturally an uplifting Olympic Park, and the atmosphere has been very good too. So Del Potro then serving to stay in the set for a second time. We've been going 1 hour and 10 minutes. He did well not to get distracted by Murray, who was anticipating him going for another into-out crushing forehand.
Yes, and just so solid behind his first serve, so commanding. When that racket head gets cocked up in the air, watch out. Well, we've seen when it gets slightly tighter that Del Potro can get the balance wrong of aggression off that forehand side and often overcook it. And Murray preying on that. There's a good energy from the number 2 seed now.
Yeah, exquisite pass from Murray. And suddenly he's 2 points in the set.
He was under extreme movement pressure here, Andy Murray. Did so well again to get the backhand down low. And he had time just to lift that one up and down over the net. Tremendous amount of topspin and brush. The racket head well underneath the ball.
How quickly a match can change. Suddenly 2 set points for Murray.
Jutsu serve. That was a very heavy and timely delivery from the Tower of Tandil.
It is set point, Murray. And there is the set. Well, for new viewers, it swung this way and that. Murray up 4-1. Del Potro clawing his way back. Murray making a number of errors and for a while looking distinctly second hand and second best. But in the end, he's clawed it back, and that wonderful backhand down the line does the job for him.
It was a scorcher, wasn't it, as he threaded the needle there, and several people in the crowd just rose to their feet in appreciation of the Murray brilliance. But it's been sparse in the back end of this first set, but it was a sparkling start from him, and well, he's put the lid on it, and he'll be delighted with this hour and a quarter's work, having snatched the opener 7-5.
Was making some strange unforced errors, and he looked in real difficulty, but again he's fought his way through. It wasn't exactly a crisis, but it was a serious problem. And he's taken the first set in an hour and a quarter, 7-5. And that's really been the story of a couple of matches that he's had this week. He was in all sorts of trouble against Fabio Fognini, lost 8 games in a row to go 3-love down in the deciding set, and then battled through and won 6-3. Against Steve Johnson, he was 4-3 down. Johnson on serve, 4-3, but again battled back against the American to win that on the tiebreak. There are the stats, and the key thing is that first serve percentage.
Yeah, I mean, that's woefully low, 39%. He'll have to rectify that immediately, because Del Potro will be preying on the point once he's sort of inside the baseline, threatening that second serve return. But Andy Murray managing to forge 3 breaks of serve.
So, Del Potro in a tumultuous match yesterday, emotionally and physically.
Thank you.
That's the last thing he wanted to happen. A long first set, and he's lost it. It couldn't be a worse scenario for him.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if Murray can keep his foot to the floor here. Well, the court is tailor-made to Murray. Slow, high-bouncing hard court in which most players struggled to hit through it. The Argentine not so, but he gives Murray time. Sometimes he's just lulled into these passive passages of play that he can ill afford. He's got to try and stay on the front foot.
A couple of times this week he's won a very easy first set. Of course that was far from easy, but against Fognini he won the first set 6-1. Had a little lull at the start of the second. Against Steve Johnson it was the same. He won the first set 6-love, and then for 10 minutes intensity went. Got it back in time.
And against Nishikori as well, 6-1 opening set, wasn't it? But, did he lapse then, or did he manage to keep the pressure on Kei Nishikori? I saw the second set was 6-4, but I didn't get to see the match.
Nishikori played well for the early part of the set, and then rather faded at the end. Yeah. I feel it's going to be tricky lobbing a man of his stature. Paying the price there, didn't quite get the loft.
Every cloud has a silver lining, because at least it asks a different question. You know, Del Potro has seen so many passes go by, and it just keeps his court position honest.
It's a poor choice of shot, and the execution wasn't any better. And here's a break point for Del Potro.
30-40.
Yep. Del Potro convinced he was going into in on that forehand.
Yes, very strict shape around the ball from Andy Murray there, leaving nothing to chance, not overcooking it, nicely weighted.
Just enough power from that massive forehand to make the difference.
It's a huge rallying tempo, both men keeping an impeccable length throughout, but in the end the Argentine having the last laugh.
So a second bite at the cherry for Del Potro. How brave was that of Murray? At a point like that, going to the strength of Del Potro. And you can see how much it hurt.
Yeah, that was a lung-busting point. Punishing tempo again, but an audacious finish from Andy Murray.
And what a sportsman he is, Del Potro. Did you see as he got up there, he smacked his racket with his hand. That's Murray said, well played.
Yeah, that is commendable.
Thank you.
One of the key points maybe in the match. Certainly one of the best. Well, the expression makes you believe that having challenged, he's not sure of the challenge. It is a mile away from us, so difficult for us to make a judgment. It is out, and he is relieved. He wasn't confident at all.
Absolutely. He's delighted with that. And it renders another breakpoint opportunity.
Del Potro was glad he did. A huge pass, and Del Potro back in this.
First game, second set.
And after the disappointment of losing that massive opening set, that was just what Del Potro needed.
Yeah, very much. That'll really sort of inject enthusiasm into the crowd, as you can hear, but to the player himself, he'll be delighted with this. And it was a thunderously smacked backhand down the line. Really got his feet behind the ball well. Gorgeous strike.
Power and perfect timing. If there was any danger that the Argentines might be quiet after going a set down, well, that's been averted.
They've become accustomed to get quite expectant whenever Del Potro comes on the court, particularly here at the Olympic Tennis Centre. He's delivered all week. Del Potro, the biggest scalp first, then Nadal as well. But he's a long way to go if he's to turn this match around.
It's Djokovic the first round. Guy who succumbed. And at that stage it was a huge surprise, but the way he's played, the way Djokovic has played over the last month, perhaps not such a big surprise. Well, the forehand once again is looking intimidating, and he's bringing it into play time and time again.
Yeah, he's dropping the sledgehammer very often now. It's a thunderous strike.
Oh, yes. Killer slice from Murray.
30-15.
Somehow it looks like the short game in golf, just chipping that one delicately down. Look how it just meandered from left to right on our screen. high skill level from Andy Murray there.
As ever, being pinned on the ropes and being in trouble has brought the best out of Murray. Some of his best tennis right here. Time going to the forehand did bring its reward. And here is Murray with break back point.
Suddenly looked just a little bit more positive. There's more imagination in the way that he's playing now.
Well played.
Well, for somebody who probably doesn't need to come to the net that much, that was an effective volley.
Divine touch from Murray.
Murray.
Gorgeous skills there from Andy Murray, just so disguised, ripping up the back of the ball.
Second break point. It's the second time Del Potro has saved break point with some magnificent tennis. Some of the best tennis in the match in this particular game. Murray broken early on, but fighting like a lion here in this second game. Been a rich vein, just dropping it short to the forehand.
It's almost as if Andy Murray can kind of sense that Del Potro is just a little bit fatigued right now, and well, it's as you say, a rich passage of play for him.
Break point number 3. Can Del Potro come up with the goods for a third time? Does the trick.
Yes.
Serving percentage so much better than Murray. 68% first serves in. Murray at 46. return was great. The second shot wasn't.
Well, the sense of deflation, because we're so used to watching Andy Murray be so solid in this kind of crunch time, and not so at the moment.
That backhand across, but Del Potro escapes.
Del Potro leads 2-2.
They're a lot happier.
First service.
Potro wasn't ready. He thought he'd hit the perfect serve. What was that?
Well, maybe a little bit of contamination, having not broken in the last game. Bit of a flat point from Andy Murray there.
He saw him come forward and he wasn't put off.
15-all.
Murray's quickest serve of the night, 204 Ks, that one.
Well, in contrast to the opening point of the game, that one had a lot of energy, and he really committed to that well inside the baseline.
He looked so rhythmic in that rally, did Del Potro.
40-15. On the right baseline, the ball was closed.
Called out Del Potro challenging. Out it was. And Del Potro leads 2-1 in this second set.
Murray lead. Del Potro leads 2-2.
There's the Olympic Park, Olympic Tennis Center, the biggest in Brazil. Tennis not a major sport in Brazil, despite the exploits of Gustavo Kuerten, particularly in recent years. Football is absolutely dominant.
Time.
Sufficient interest here to virtually fill this 10,000-seater stadium. And the atmosphere, both yesterday and the semi-finals, particularly in Del Potro's match against Rafa, has been great to behold.
And you have to credit Del Potro as well. He's done well to sort of engineer what feels like a little bit of a flimsy lead against an ever more robust Andy Murray. It's been a topsy-turvy kind of match, though. A few sways in momentum back and forth, as you'd expect. Del Potro kind of meandering around with a slightly fatigued look from time to time, but he's often very deceptive. He's a strong man.
As is Murray. Often very deceptive. You think he's on his last legs, and 3 hours later he's still running like a spring chicken.
Enough.
He's looked good at the net, Del Potro.
He has. He's come in over 20 times and won 30 of them. More significantly as well, he's landing a lot of first serves in, almost 70%, 68 in fact. So Murray's 49. That's a gulf between them.
Be denied. Even Murray, with all the amazing retrieving qualities that he has, is asking a lot once Del Potro gets on that forehand.
Yeah, and when he does so, Murray's court position just goes deeper and deeper back, rendering him ineffective.
So new balls, and Murray just looked a little flat with that last point. Listen to the Argentines now.
I think it's a huge task for Andy Murray when you're facing a very physical combatant in the Argentine Del Potro. Inevitably your body goes through sort of lulls physically, and it seems he's in one right now.
Getting confirmation from Pascal Murray that it was long.
15.
Blow, and Murray shouldn't expect any less than that when he drops it as short as that.
Yeah, and hasn't he responded to the loss of the first set? I know it was a while ago now, but the Argentine just kept on battering away at Murray commendably, showing a lot of spirit.
Del Potro dropping it short, and Murray suitably obliging. Safely enough, it's not vintage Murray, but just enough there. But he trails by a break 3-2 in this second set. Hand up an apology, but he loved it. But Murray needs some inspiration from somewhere. He's been a little flat over the last, quarter of an hour. It's a fight to get the magic going.
You're absolutely right, and in the second set what he needs is for Del Potro to miss a few first serves. Del Potro up at 89% first serves landed in this set. That's quite astonishing. And of course, it gives Andy no window, no in on the point.
Just away. Murray's challenging. So Potro obscured our view of that. I think Murray thought he'd got it. It was close enough to challenge, but no reward.
Murray has 2 changes for me.
Trying to take the ball by the horns, but this Argentine retaliates.
40-15.
Massive hitting from Juan Martín del Potro. Blow after blow raining down on Murray. It is crushing power.
Then Potro leads 4-2.
It's a huge effort from a man who 12 months ago was so upset with the problems with his wrist. 3 operations within a year on his left wrist that he thought of giving the game up. Couldn't even watch it on his TV. Now he's giving his absolute best in this Olympic final. No, he's missed it. Murray stayed his ground. Is Del Potro going to challenge? It was. We could see that. It was definitely wide.
Seemingly just seeking confirmation from Pascal Maria. And perhaps he said, well, just challenge if you like. Definitely out though.
Starting to serve a lot better now, Murray. Oh, mighty impressive, not just the power, but the way he dealt with the slice, the movement to it, the execution of it.
High skill level, but it's the bone-crushing power in the end that lands the telling blow. As I say, it's all the height accounting for a lot of strength in this man.
Gracias.
First serve percentage in the first set, we saw it, 39. So far in this set, it's 72. Perversely, he won the first set, he's losing this one. But if he carries on serving like that, and he gets a look at Del Potro return. Who knows how this second set might go? It's 4-3.
Time.
He sure is, and he's playing big-time tennis right now. Well, they've blended him well. And there's Guga, the most famous Brazilian tennis player of all time, commentating just behind us for Brazilian TV.
Obrigado.
Sledgehammer blow. Never tire of when that racket tip just drops that great big distance and accelerates in doing so.
Very desperate to break back. Just can't quite get a handle on it. It's a familiar sound, isn't it? When Del Potro launches at the ball and the thud when the racket cracks into the ball. Argentines here are getting more and more excited.
Murray unable to get a return toe hold at all in that service game of Del Potro.
Murray's just about to try and serve to stay in this set.
The tempo that this man's living at now, well, it's quite something. But is it sustainable to level up?
unusual miss from Murray. And he's 2 points from dropping this set.
It's just been a relentless length of shot from Del Potro that Murray can do nothing about. It's just knocking him off balance. It's buckling him.
Let's go from Murray. But at times in the last, 15, 20 minutes, he's almost looked powerless to do anything about it. Well, he was due a miss.
Yeah, when he's finding his spots, he can just wrench the match away from you, Del Potro. Such is his strength and solidity of contact. But Murray, a little bit of an in here. He held on.
Approval from the Argentines. Just to level up at a set-all.
Silenzio per voi. Grazie.
Oh yes, great skill, because the preceding shot wasn't up to much.
Yes.
Yeah, the drop shot sat up quite high, didn't it, Del Potro? I thought he'd have done more with that, but he went right at Murray. Beautiful hands from Andy just to deflect that one back to the space.
Digging in.
Yeah, Andy Murray at his best in that point, asking a number of tough questions and putting the ball into awkward parts of the court for Del Potro, who's trying to unleash that furious forehand, running around his backhand as much as possible, but he's blowing after that point.
Murray love to give him an identical point right here. Called a let. Murray didn't hear it. Perhaps he didn't want to hear it. Del Potro dumps the forehand. Murray holds, but Del Potro will serve for the second set. So how are his nerves right now? How crucial this is. He has to take this second set, surely.
You would imagine so. With all of his endeavours so far in this tournament, he must be quite exhausted. So a critical set, as we said in the first for Del Potro. So he's being asked the serve it out question after the sit down by Andy Murray. One of the best returners of serve in the game, of course, but being rendered sort of ineffective due to the high quality of serving of Del Potro thus far in the set.
Murray played better than the latter half of the set than he did at the start. Just a chance. It's a lovely night. It's difficult sometimes to believe that this is winter in Brazil, but it is. Temperature today was up towards 30 degrees centigrade. Now it's pleasant, I think around 20, 21. So, Del Potro, what's he made of here? Murray will examine, that's for sure. Del Potro serving for the second set. We've already been going 2 hours and 6 minutes. Defending as if his life depended on it.
Well, he understands how important that first point is in the service game.
Well, he's not the quickest of players, but was he any slower there? Pascal Maria not for turning. Absolutely creaming the ball.
Just enough weight to buckle Andy Murray. He was desperate to get his teeth into this return game.
Again, the power and the width.
30-15.
Murray again asking the question. And what an answer that was from Del Potro.
Yeah, you have to credit the return approach from Andy Murray there. Very brave, but Del Potro coming up with a tremendous pass here.
Two set points. Well, it was a big ask even for someone who's hitting it as well, consistently well as Del Potro. Set point number 2. Yes, that time Andy Murray giving Del Potro some of his own medicine, some huge forehands.
Almost suggesting I'm fed up of being bullying, have some of this back. Very intense point from Murray there.
Yes.
During a challenge, it looked all right, I have to say. He's not moving across. Oh!
And that's whisker.
Yeah, an inspired challenge. Oh, so good.
Relentless from Del Potro. Got on the front foot and wasn't going to relinquish the grip.
Another crack at finishing this set. Set point, it is number 3. Oh, a huge shot from this huge man. And after 2¼ hours, we're back where we started. It's 1 set all. So they're the bare stats in the second set, and Murray 65% first serves, much better, but Del Potro, that's the enormity of Murray's task. Del Potro at 79%, just 10 unforced errors, and he was mullering the ball.
He really was. He was undeterred throughout, hitting the ball absolutely beautifully, in such a commendable way to tie up that second set.
So when the crowd quieten, we'll start set number 3.
Obrigado.
Solid start to this third set from Murray.
Murray responding very well to what must have been a harsh kicking for losing that second set, really, having thrown the kitchen sink over the net and attempting to break Del Potro. Good response from Murray.
Third double. Oh, fantastic shot. His best for a while, and Murray gets off to a lead. One of the trademarks of Murray that whenever he's pushed back, he retaliates so well. Wasn't able to retaliate in the second set, but it wasn't for want of trying. Del Potro played his very best tennis to win that second set.
He really did, didn't he? He was lights out there, and Murray was right up against it. He tried everything to break back, but unable to do so. But coming out here showing a lot of good energy from the off in the start of this third set.
Murray holding very effectively at the start of this third set. I mentioned at the end of the second set we're back where we were. We are, as far as the scoreboard's concerned, but it's taken a lot out of both players, of sure. Probably more from Del Potro, and maybe I'm looking at it in rose-coloured glasses as far as the Brits are concerned. How much has he got left? How much is yesterday taken out of him? 2.25 hours for the first 2 sets. That won't help.
But the thing is, with Del Potro, we saw in 2009 when he won the US Open, he beat Federer and Nadal then back-to-back, and he is a very, very strong man at 6'6". And you know, I think we mustn't take anything for granted. He's a tireless athlete. Yes, it was tough, but I think he's got what it takes. It's easy, raw power. That's just not fair, isn't it? It's just otherworldly tennis right there. Serve came down 194 kilometers an hour, and look at the backup. Blistering.
I want to see a few more of those.
Yeah, that kind of comes with the territory on occasions. But not very often of late.
Too good. Well, it's been a difficult comeback for Juan Martin, even this year. Went to Australia, then couldn't play, practiced and said, I'm not ready. Came back in Delray Beach. He's got to the semi-final of a couple of tournaments. I don't think he's ever played as well as he is right now.
Yeah, holding to 15, mirroring that game of Andy Murray's, but that, you just can't get an in on a game like that from Murray's perspective. That was just far too good.
Going to challenge?
Well, there was no gesture or call from the Lions judge.
It's so difficult up here, but yes, there was a challenge. Now Del Potro saying, hey, how much time do you give him? But in fact, Murray did challenge early on, and to no avail. But Del Potro just letting Pascal Maria know, hey, I noticed that.
That's right. Scoreboard parity, set all, game all, 15 all to play for. Gold medal at stake.
You said it would be close. Yeah.
Imagination, he's been very effective. I like it when Murray changes up the scenery like this. He doesn't want to get into those relentless ground shot rallies with Del Potro, who's at the moment just too good. Nice to change it up. Come into the net occasionally as well after a decent approach.
Yeah, well watched.
Well, what you didn't see at home was the fact that at the end of that point, Del Potro looking exhausted, frankly.
An ace to finish.
New balls, please. Murray leads 2-1.
I heard what you said about Del Potro has easy power and you think he might last. I just wonder, though, that Murray might doubt that. The only man who can live with him as far as a 4 or 5 hour match. This could well be a 5-hour match. He would back himself to last that more than Del Potro, and I think that's in the bank. Whether or not you're right, I think that's in the bank with Murray.
Yeah, you're just trying to please the British fans at home, aren't you? But but I do hear what you're saying. But I just think when Del Potro's, finding his mark, finding those spots, he is unplayable. And obviously it's kind of like the phases that he goes through, the undulations in his performance. He has to control them, but he can just rip the match from Murray. We've seen that in the second set, playing some phenomenal tennis at the back end there. But I do hear you. I think if Murray physically has enough to sustain, if it comes down to that, I think he will find a way through.
Time.
But it's anyone's right now. It's so hard to call. You could argue hard either way, as we're doing, yeah.
One thing's for sure, Del Potro is playing some inspired tennis. When he won the US Open back in '09, he was such a destructive force, and no one would wish what's befallen him since then. But I reckon since the wrist injury started, he's not played a better match than he is right now.
Agreed. When you look at his 2016 results, absolutely agree.
Even against Rafa in the semi-final, it was an amazing contest with an incredible finish, but he's playing even better than that. So new balls. Murray will also know that he's not playing badly, he's playing pretty well.
Love 15.
Yes, I don't think he'll be discouraged. In fact, sort of buoyed by some of the signals that Del Potro occasionally is giving off body language-wise.
Aggressive play from Murray there, but all let down by that final shot.
Yeah, there was a crack on the return of serve from Andy Murray, but he couldn't follow it up with anything too effective. Well, he's yet to miss a first serve in this third set, Del Potro.
guess which way he was going. And Murray had to put it a little further away. And of course, Del Potro's got these guys to keep him going.
Good industry and focus from Murray.
Just feeling rallies like that, it's the drip, drip torture for Del Potro. Compounding what happened yesterday. 2.5 hours has been going now.
Well, he's come forward with 80% effect, Andy Murray. And we've seen that forehand volley put away all night.
Good serving from Murray. No breaks of serve and no danger to the server so far in set number 3. It's in that massive match that Del Potro played in the semi-final in London. It was 19-17 in the third set where he lost to Federer, and he really did keep the energy going. But Murray just on his case now, and you know that Del Potro has got to keep firing with the same power, the same kind of consistency. Maybe he will, and if he does, he deserves it.
You're kind of winning me over. I think that, you know, Andy Murray as well with the lead in this third set, so Del Potro's kind of playing catch up. That's a tough dynamic to chase the set the whole time. Such a terrific atmosphere out here this evening, though. All the fans having a ball.
Yes, you're on TV. first double fault of the match for Del Potro. Wait 2.5 hours for the first double, and like London buses, they come along together. Getting involved. And they sense something. Just loathed it.
Hates unforced errors with a passion, doesn't he, Andy Murray? Huge opportunity with Del Potro going through a little bit of a mini lull here.
One more pile driver into the corner. Yes! He loves his boxing, and that was a short right hook.
Just when you thought the Argentinian was on a sort of rampant run again, look at that moment of inspiration from Andy Murray, doing so well to turn back round here and get that up and down.
It's a break point, first to the set. Just missed it. Murray challenging with the move forward. No challenge from Del Potro. Break point once more for Murray.
Thank you. Obrigado.
He's got what he wanted. It's taken a while. He's been under the cosh. He's taken huge punishment. But he stood tall, and now he gets his reward. Murray gets the break, and Murray leads 4-2.
Well, any time that he hit two double faults in the game, Martin Del Potro, that was a limp service game, and he tried as hard as he could to retrieve the situation. But in the end, Murray having his way, like a roaring lion, he's back.
That's the Brazilians roaring Murray on, and the Argentines trying to drown them out.
Gracias. Silencio, por favor. Gracias. enough.
One thing occurs to me, Paul. I think Murray and Rafa, who had this 9 o'clock flight booked, the driver's going to have to wait. But I think, unlike for you and me, he will.
Yes, that's right. Chartered flight springs to mind. Murray kind of sensing seemingly that Del Potro's going through a little bit of a lull now. That was a wounding break of serve. And he's trying to compound the pressure right now.
Oh, so good for Murray, because it looked just the right tactic from Del Potro. He got Murray so far back. Phenomenally fit Murray. Up to where he was, and well, we know the skill.
Yeah, weathered the storm from that bone-crushing forehand again and came out on top this time. There's a real resilience in defence from Murray. Good skills with the hands there on the backhand pass.
You have to take those on the chin. And he has taken a few. More than a few.
Yeah, it's blistering pace, isn't it? Just, you never tire of watching him do this. Just crushing the ball.
It's on. No challenge from Del Potro. And Murray has a 3-game cushion now in set number 3.
And indeed, the 3 games in a row for Andy Murray. A really strong passage of play for him.
Too much for some. Well, we thought it would be an afternoon match. It's now 10 to 8 in the evening.
And you still feel it's got a long way to run.
But how he can sleep amidst all this noise. He must be very tired. Don't think they're going to sleep. It's a raucous atmosphere, but not intimidating.
Yeah, it's a warm, friendly atmosphere, isn't it? And that's been the kind of theme running through this games. The Brazilian warmth, the Carnival kind of feel. Even when we went down to Copacabana the other day and there was the protest on, it was all done in a loving sort of way, wasn't it?
They were doing the samba while they were protesting.
Right. Yes.
Not to make light of what is a serious economic situation here, but that's what it was.
And this is what sport brings, of course, a lot of light relief in tricky times.
So Del Potro serving to stay in set number 3. Foul on. Big look, he's going to challenge. He had a query. I don't know quite what signal Pascal Maria gave him, but it was enough to go for it. It's a good call.
15.
Another one goes long. It's getting to be a pattern.
Yes, it is. There's more and more sort of lulls in his concentration, Del Potro, at the moment. Andy Murray playing some timely, resurgent tennis.
Was he a fraction slow?
114.
3 set points for Andy Murray. Brilliant. And on this quite extraordinary day for British sport, Andy Murray is a set away from his second Olympic gold medal. And didn't he finish it well?
It was a beautiful, wasn't it? A sort of spike through the heart of Del Potro, if you will, metaphorically speaking, of course, but it's a wonderful forehand return strike from Murray. Brilliant. So 2 sets to 1 up, Andy Murray now then in a commanding position.
Time.
Well, that was a bit of a howler.
Love 15.
Remember when he won the first set, he did drift at the start of the second, and it proved very costly. Going to challenge that. But it was away.
Love 13.
And Andy Murray in a bit of trouble, got the opening 2 points of the opening game in this fourth set. One massive overhead error. But now at 15:30. Well, it's exactly what happened at the start of the second set. He worked so hard to take the first. It was a little dip, and it seems as if it's happening again here. 2 break points for the Argentine.
He's having a howler of a game, Andy Murray. I'm sure he's guarding against complacency, but it's just not reflecting quite right at the moment.
Difficult to fathom. And maybe Murray's struggling to find out exactly why that happened, but it happened. And Del Potro, to be honest, didn't have to do an awful lot.
No, it's a very limp way to concede his service game. He'll be mega frustrated with that, but Del Potro delighted. As you say, didn't have to do much at all, but got the early break in this fourth set. Delighted.
Just when it was looking really grim for Del Potro, he's been handed a lifeline. And they're still with him. Well, the speed gun's broken, so we can't tell you how quick that was. Del Potro has broken it. Now Murray's got a warning there.
15.
I think for audible obscenity. Didn't pick it up, but hope you didn't at home.
Late first service.
Pretty reliable when he's come in.
And there's a renewed intensity in Del Potro now that we haven't seen for a while. And of course that's because he's just been handed a break of serve. These things happen though over the course of a long match. Almost into the fourth hour. because of the gravitas of the situation, you often ask yourself, I wonder how these athletes slept last night, you know, with the angst of having to play for the gold medal with it all at stake. How much rest they got and the adulation that Del Potro will have received, having beaten Nadal.
On the other hand, he might have been so shattered, he couldn't stop sleeping. Good deep serve. Murray, as you can see, was after it.
Well, that's what he did on the set point, that kind of forehand return. He'll do another one right now.
Breakback point for Murray. No.
Yes.
Just needs one Murray mistake to get them on their feet. Oh, what's this?
Is this a time violation again? Or?
Didn't hear that.
No, on me.
Well done. Maybe a lack of communication. See what the problem was.
No
Pick
idea.
up. Maybe you did at home, but it's so noisy here. Mistimed forehand from Murray brought Del Potro in, but didn't Murray squeeze it.
Yeah, there's a buckling backhand strike with the pass from Andy Murray, and Del Potro unable to stabilise the wrist and make the volley. Look at this, gets down and secures it. Well done.
Second break point. Gorgeous.
A mouth-watering shot to break back there from Andy Murray. Such fine hand skills. Look at this, just perfectly weighted, just carving underneath the ball. It was beautiful to watch.
And he's broken Del Potro 3 times in a row.
Quite something.
And I think that Del Potro serving still at 74%. First serve's in. Huge effort from Murray. Sorry for the lip readers amongst you. 4 doubles now.
Well, he did it in the game prior, didn't he? A couple of double faults, not so now, but he still finds himself love 30 down.
Looking tired, but he still seems as if he's got plenty left. But how much longer? If he can break here, he will be given a big lift.
15-30. Thank you, point please. We got them.
He's got it, it's landed on the line. So Potro can't believe it. He looks across, but he knows it was in.
Yeah, and he's a very fair man, Del Potro, just acknowledging that nicely. It was a beautiful height and weight from Andy Murray, landed plumb on the line.
Oh, second double in the game.
Just when he's trying to close the door on the Argentinian, he offers him another lifeline.
Now for this second serve. Well, it wasn't cleanly hit from Del Potro, and Murray actually had a more difficult task to dig that one up than he might have, but let's give him credit. Del Potro gets the break. 3 successive breaks. He leads 2-1.
Use time.
Well, 2 double faults gave Murray the break, and 2 double faults have given Del Potro a second break in this set.
There's a guttural roar at the end of that one from Del Potro, which set the crowd alight.
Well, who's going to hold serve first in this set? No one has yet. To the point of attack, work to treat. Appreciate that it's gone midnight at home, coming up to 12:15. Probably some of you nearly hit the wall, but well done for staying with us. Those of you working tomorrow, hope you've got an understanding boss.
Been a familiar pattern in this set, hasn't it? The love 30 bit on their own serves. Now can Del Potro wriggle out of jail?
They're both terrific servers. They just haven't been in this set. Exhausting rally for Del Potro, and he is struggling now. His left thigh, he's rubbing his left thigh like it just might be beginning to clamp up.
Yeah, there's a lot of grimacing going down and sort of doubling over.
Murray is looking right down the court at him and saw all of that, and that will be like manna from heaven. 3 break-back points.
Well, to Andy Murray's credit, he does get the forehand through the court a lot faster over the last 18 months or so. And that was a positive miss.
The torture's increasing on Del Potro. Murray breaks, but it wasn't just the break, it's that kind of body language.
Murray using the slice very effectively, sorry Simon, and the ball was staying down low, and Del Potro hating there, having to get down low and try and dig them out on multiple occasions. It all became too much.
Well, he invariably looks close to exhaustion. He is difficult to read, but I think when he was slapping the thigh there and massaging it, that told us.
Gracias.
The hammer blows are just not having the same effect at the moment.
And when he's extended slightly out of his comfort zone now, end range, he's really struggling and buckling physically. Losing control of that end range volley. Whereas earlier on in the match, he would have made that.
Gracias.
Much needed rally from Del Potro. Again, it took a lot out of him, but that right arm still working pretty well.
He does, doesn't he? And he keeps a sort of ever menacing presence in the set. There's a languidity and a sort of nonchalance about it now, but he still crushes a winner. They've been flowing thick and fast, the errors of late from the man in the light blue shirt.
Murray moves in front in this fourth set for the first time. Murray is a keen boxing fan, and in boxing parlance, this is like a fighter going into the 10th, 11th round, and he's taken most of the blows and sees his opponent wilting. It seems that way now. We shall see. 3-2 he leads. How much has he got left? He had the physio on, rubbing his thigh. He's not allowed to have a timeout for cramp, but he's allowed to have the physio on in a normal change of ends. And he was rubbing those thighs furiously. 2-3.
What else the physio gave him there. Just an injection of energy from Juan Martin.
Still, given the short ball,
30 love.
it's invariably good night, but he's getting less and less short balls.
So mesmerising when he plays like this.
Murray challenging him, and that's a huge game for Del Potro. A love service game. It is 3-all, and the crowd again getting animated.
His whole held serve there was just sort of thunderous simplicity.
And he's trying to dance on his feet, Del Potro, as the crowd get even more animated. But is it a bluff?
He's in one of those lights-out, unplayable phases, isn't he, right now?
Yep, the Argentine sense they can help carry him home here. He may need carrying. Well, it was interesting that point. Murray played it so well. Lovely drop shot, good put away. But Del Potro was surprisingly quick.
Yeah, he was. Explosive first step. Still got some fuel in the tank.
Murray is challenging, but I think he suspects it was out. He's already lost one challenge, and there's a second gone. So he's got one challenge left for the rest of this set. I'm feeling a little bit more vulnerable. Down the line, not the better option, but not to be. 2 break points for Del Potro.
atmosphere's become raucous again.
Thank you.
What a lift there, man.
Thank you.
The lob nowhere near good enough. And out of nowhere, Del Potro breaks once more. He is an enigma, Murray, isn't it? When you least expect it. And perhaps that's part of the problem when he least expects it. The intensity that he brings to almost every point just suddenly sometimes goes adrift, and seems like what happened there. I mean, full credit again to Del Potro. He was smacking it, but Murray wasn't quite what he has been.
Absolutely, the untimely double fault just kind of makes you wonder where his mind was at. Yes, it only just missed, but and simultaneously coupled with the fact that Del Potro played some good ball there. Another break of serve on Murray, and it's frustrating for British fans because he's looked so in control at times and then suddenly just relinquishes that grip.
It's funny, we had the analogy about the petrol. I mean, it seems he is running out of petrol, and if he looked at the petrol gauge, it wouldn't have looked very pretty. But that does give him more fuel, what happened in that last game.
Yes, it's a little pit stop for him, favourably. He's certainly buoyed. Concern for those men on the Murray camp.
Well, it's a huge effort for Del Potro, whether or not he wins or loses this match, because it was a titanic effort yesterday, full of emotion. Dad, what have you done to me?
We've seen some terrific wigs and masks, haven't we?
Thank you.
So Del Potro then, 4-3. Every time he's broken in this set, Murray's broken straight back. Sure enough, he's on his case again.
And the tactic that's become prevalent for Murray, that he's gained a lot of fruit, is the drop shot, but also the heavy underslice. Staying very low to Del Potro. Doesn't want to bend those knees.
Great return. And maybe earlier in the match, Del Potro might have got to that second shot.
Yes, he was a step slow, didn't quite get his legs behind that ball. And as a consequence, just sort of snapped the wrist too strong out of accident, spilt one. Served so well tonight, Del Potro. 73% first serves in, Andy Murray only 50%. And it's kept him afloat, or it's certainly helped to.
juncture, that's not the shot you would expect from Murray.
They're normally a little bit more conservative in nature and a steadier type of choice.
Well, he picked the serve, but couldn't make it happen.
40-30.
Superb from Del Potro. What a lion heart he is.
Del Potro leads 5 games to 4.
And Murray will have to serve now to stay in the set.
Yeah, you have to take your hat off to Del Potro's fighting spirit. It's been so commendable. Showed such attitude and application. And he's been physically up against the wall.
Certainly there are Argentines everywhere.
15 up.
Oh, crunch that serve.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Thank you. Una más, quiet, please.
Terrific injection of pace there from Murray.
So he's desperate to ask the serve it out question of Del Potro and hold on to his own serve here prior.
Again, a step slow. And we're noticing it more and more. But still, anything within range, he's playing remarkably well.
And I think he'll be foolish to step off the pedal as regards going after the forehand because it served him so well.
That shot's normally been a gimme for Murray, but not totally this evening. That drifted way out, and Murray holds. And Del Potro will have to serve out for this fourth set. Getting a few tweets in saying, hurry up, Murray. I want to go to bed. Well, believe me, it's not for want of trying.
You can understand that's very late back home.
What a great sight it is. Privileged to be here. Very rarely in matches that are not Davis Cup do you get an atmosphere like this.
Yes, they've been so vocal throughout, haven't they? At any opportunity, just jumping around.
Combative. but fun.
And it doesn't seem alcohol-fueled either, does it? It's just fun-loving, really encouraging their man on and enjoying the whole atmosphere. All Murray's thinking about right now is the next point, the first point off of the Del Potro serve that he wants to get his teeth into.
So after 3 hours and 35 minutes, Del Potro serves to take us into a deciding set. A great defence from Murray.
And how often you heard Andy Murray's racket clattering on the floor almost as a stabiliser to regain his balance in the point. But it served him well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, point please. Thank you.
That looked tired. Maybe looking too closely at it, but it did look a tired shot.
Yeah, it was a very sort of lazy address to the ball, wasn't it? Sort of far too relaxed.
So the pressure quadrupled now. Oh, well played. Superhuman effort.
Yes, it was the sledgehammer forehand approach that came to his rescue, and some great timing overhead. Because a couple of those lobs went up so high, they needed air traffic control from Murray. They're always tough to take out of the air.
That's where he's scoring now. Pinning him on the backhand side, then playing it down the forehand.
Yes, the backhand had to be in a little errant, hadn't it? But that was supreme from Murray.
2 break-back points. So good from Del Potro.
Well, the serve was crunched in at 200 kilometers an hour. And then just a giant stride to his right, got it done.
Break point number 2. Not them, surely not.
Yes.
2 break points saved. Unreal. Take a bow, both of you. Del Potro was hanging onto the net as if it was supporting him.
Yes, absolutely. But robust, resilient Andy Murray. All the hard yards run, serving him well.
What is Murray?
Break point number 3. Oh.
Yes.
This is macho tennis. Yeah. Again, it was amazing that Del Potro got to that drop shot, but Murray stayed composed.
And just having the sort of foresight to move forward on that was just brilliant from Murray. It was an exquisitely weighted drop shot. But Del Potro, as you say, how did he get that? Murray backing up well, though, to close the door.
Break point number 4. There's the break back.
it's been drama to the full, hasn't it? Unfolding incredibly.
Gracias. Thank you.
Now he had to work so hard for the break. Now he's got it. Is he in the home straight? Oh, it's still there.
I think everybody at home watching that, Simon, would have winced. That thing just went off like a gun. Wow.
Love 15.
Great to see him smile too. What an engaging character he is, Del Potro.
Gracias.
Here we go again.
Love 13.
It's swinging with such abandon.
Correction.
Corrected the call. I thought it was long. I think Murray should challenge here. Now it's interesting, if he misses this, he's out of challenges. It is a long way down, but yeah, it is in. So Murray's out of challenges. Until and if we go for a tie-break where he gets one more. But right now, he's got to rely on the officials.
And credit to Pascal Maria there for intervening.
Murray stealing in. Brain still working. Oh, wondrous. It looked a fair decision for Murray to come in on that. A split second later, it didn't. 2 break points, 2 more break points for the Argentine.
It was a wonderful approach from Andy Murray. He actually hit it very, very well, and the direction was good, reasonable depth, but terrific, inspired end-range control from Del Potro.
Thank you. Silencio, por favor. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Please. 30-14.
Well, that's the same ball back. How key is this point?
Thank you. Gracias.
His ninth ace, none were as important as that one. Suddenly the racket becomes a wand. Yes, well said.
Let the service.
What a huge hold. He's a game away from the gold medal. I understand in Andy's home he's got this stair machine, you know the ones. We just go on and on up the stairs, and he drives himself till he's almost ill. He's almost falling off it. It's for moments like this that he does that.
Absolutely, stairway to heaven.
Very nearly there. Can he finish it in this set? Over on BBC 4, the athletics is starting. Should be a momentous night. I think in about an hour and 25 minutes, Usain Bolt will be going. So a fantastic night of athletics coming up. But we will stay right here with this gold medal match, and Andy Murray a game away from his second Olympic title. And at times he's moved like Usain Bolt.
Gracias, thank you. Obrigado.
relentless power. It's still there.
50 love.
It's just incessant, isn't it?
Oh, he got away with it. Didn't do quite enough, really, with the overhead.
50 all.
But what strikes me, it's quite remarkable how this man can live at this tempo when he's kind of quite tired as well. It's such a high-octane match, and still crushing big shots.
Furious with himself. He's shaking his head because, again, he was onto the serve and really fancied that return. Well, he's claiming that someone in the crowd put him off. So, a lot of booing. Some for the person who might have done that, some for Murray's reaction.
Quiet, please. Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Wouldn't Murray love to finish it right here rather than having to go through the torture of a tiebreak? Getting very noisy, and security being called. I think someone's being asked to leave, one of the Argentine supporters. This guy. Are they booing because he's a hero or because he's a villain? Well, he's happy he made an impact.
Thank you, players are ready. Señores, señoras, players are ready. Por favor. Obrigado. Obrigado.
No, he's missed it. After 4 hours exactly, it is the gold medal point for Murray.
Thank you, please. Thank you.
Again, he was on his racket.
Yeah, that was a tension-riddled forehand return.
Yes. Thank you. Obrigado.
Super return.
Advantage, Murray. Thank you.
Andy Murray is a double Olympic gold medalist. They've already achieved so much that they'll have a special bond after what's happened in the last 4 hours. You have to feel for Del Potro. Could a man have given any more? It's almost the same as 4 years ago in the semi-final against Federer. What can you say to him? It's been a fantastic evening.
Words can barely contextualize what's happening out here. It's just so overwhelmingly emotional, but another landmark moment in the career of both, frankly.
And now both Argentines and Brazilians, the honorary Brits, joining in unison.
Restez avec nous, mesdames et messieurs. La cérémonie des vainqueurs du simple messieurs aura lieu dans quelques instants. Merci.
He could not have given more. I'm amazed he lasted at the level that he was going for as long as he did. And now it's beginning to sink in. Tears of joy last night. But after last night, 3¼ hours against Nadal of tennis to the most unbelievable standard. To come out and produce what he did here, Del Potro, it's mind-boggling.
I think having gone through the trenches as well with all the years of the wrist issues, the right wrist first and then the left wrist, the multiple surgeries, you know, and that gives him time to think about his
coming over to a little band of English supporters, who he obviously noticed earlier on. And going to do an interview for the host broadcaster. We'll be talking to Andy later on, that's for sure. Off goes Del Potro. A true gladiator. Even the Brazilians are waving him goodbye.
And he played arguably better than when he was fourth in the world.
We're going to stay with the tennis here, leading up to the medal ceremony. It might be a few minutes' time, but over on BBC 4, Usain Bolt is going in the semi-final right now.
Forged 9 breaks of the Del Potro serve, remarkably. And it was being crunched down at 200 kilometers an hour quite often. In a really watchable contest. Winners to unforced errors. Well, Murray really tempering that ratio so well, and I think people just feel spent after such an emotional roller coaster.
I'm sure you do at home too. You stayed up, and it's 1:10, so you deserve a medal, but I hope you feel it's worth it. I have to say, they take a little bit of time getting these medal ceremonies together, so you might have to wait just a little bit longer, but again, it'll be great to see Andy on top of the podium.
Crowned as gold medalist for the second time. Yeah,
it's interesting, his attitude to it all. 4 years ago, of course, he won in London, and he said, I don't feel like I'm defending anything here. I'm just going for another gold medal. Well, he's got it now. Some of the images from the match.
And whenever he forayed to the net, he had great success, didn't he? All night, really. Winning 71% of those points. Returning so well to engineer 9 breaks of the big serve of Del Potro. But that was quite insightful, that shot there. Just the beads of sweat just flying off of his wristband. Testament to the work that he'd put in throughout the night.
It's interesting, they talk about an Olympic cycle in swimming, in athletics, all the big Olympic sports. Tennis, well, it's getting stronger and stronger in stature as far as the Olympics is concerned. But the 4-year cycle for Murray began in London, and it was liftoff after that, wasn't it? US Open just a few weeks afterwards, Wimbledon the next year. He's won Wimbledon again this year. I'm not saying that the Olympics here is going to finish it off, because boy, he's probably, I haven't seen any odds, but he's probably the favourite going into New York because of Djokovic's maybe only temporary demise. We shall see. But it's been some cycle the last 4 years.
It really has. Yeah, yeah. Gorgeous scenes watching Murray in that sort of slightly embryonic form, then suddenly it just all came together for him. And a really climatic sort of finish this evening.
There was the odd blip. It seemed at the beginning of sets that he did lose a little bit of concentration, but every time he seemingly dropped his guard, he came back with some big punches.
And I think it's difficult over the course of 4 sets to sustain that sort of, you know, through the entirety of that, over 4 hours, just some top level tennis. But they did. It was very high level throughout.
Well, we have had the most extraordinary event, and it's meant a heck of a lot to the gladiators of the sport, to Djokovic, of course, who went out in the opening round, to Del Potro, to Rafa, who Del Potro beat yesterday, Del Potro himself, and we saw Murray in tears.
And a lot of the athletes talk so much, don't they, that the Olympic medals mean more to them than Grand Slam wins. And Del Potro, well, Djokovic tearful after his loss to Del Potro in the opening round. You could see what it meant to him.
We talked about the tears earlier on, didn't we? And tennis now seems, well, it seems as if the lid's come off now, and if you win a big match, you're allowed to cry. Started with Roger, didn't it? Then it was Andy. We've had Djokovic crying. We've had Del Potro crying. You're allowed to do it.
We've had macho tennis, but not macho response, right?
Yeah.
But interestingly as well, I wonder if they're still going to try and catch that flight tonight that we spoke of.
Well, it won't be 9 o'clock, that's for sure. It's gone there, but as we said, I don't think Andy has his own jet, but I think he has a share of one, doesn't he? So the pilot will wait. A few going, but a lot staying to see the coronation of Andy Murray. I myself wondered when Andy got married and they've had the child, and I just wondered if the intensity would still burn as fiercely as it has done. Well, I needn't have worried.
Yes, those sleepless nights with the young one. But no, I mean, you know, the competitive fever still burning strong in the pit of his stomach. You can see it in his eyes, and the way that he conducts his business on the court, just ever tenacious. And even when he sort of relinquishes on his own serve and succumbs, he fights back instantly. There's just such resolve there. He really is a believer now. And well, with the efforts tonight, then you've got to understand that he's probably knocking on the door of #1 quite shortly, really. Djokovic suddenly looking just that little bit more fragile now.
And his CV looks so impressive, doesn't it, Andy?
Very much.
Double Olympic champion, double Wimbledon champion, US Open champion, Davis Cup champion, twice BBC Sports Personality of the Year. Surely he has to be favourite this year.
And runner-up in all the other slams as well. I mean, he's done it all pretty much, hasn't he? Quite something.
18 successive wins he's had, but none of them more important than that. Andy Murray, double Olympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du simple messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's singles.
Senhoras e senhores, a cerimônia de premiação do simples masculino.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Por favor, deem as boas-vindas aos medalhistas.
Les médailles seront remises par M. Richard W. Pound, Canada, membre du comité international olympique, olympien, accompagné de M. David Agary, États-Unis d'Amérique, président de la Fédération internationale de tennis.
As well, there might be both of them over 4 hours of titanic struggle.
Canada, member of the International Olympic Committee.
And Kei Nishikori alongside, who takes the bronze medal. Nishikori beating Rafa Nadal seemed a lifetime ago.
As medalhas serão entregues por
Dick Pound
Sr. Richard W.
from the
Pound,
IOC and
Canadá, membro do
David
Comitê
Hegarty, the
Olímpico
president of the
Internacional,
ITF.
atleta
Yes,
olímpico,
Nishikori beating Rafa
acompanhado
Nadal
pelo Sr. David
in
Hegarty,
3 tight sets.
Estados Unidos da América, presidente da Federação Internacional
So
de
it's been a
Tênis.
rough couple of days for Rafa, but importantly, his form looks to be
Médaille de bronze,
very nearly
représentant le Japon.
what it was.
Bronze medalist, representing Japan.
Medalha de bronze, representando o Japão, Kei Nishikori.
Excellent for him. Huge contracts in the Far East, but the Olympic medal will mean an awful lot to him.
Médaille d'argent, représentant l'Argentine.
So the bronze to Nishikori, the silver medal
Representing Argentina.
to this warrior from Tandil.
Representando a Argentina, Juan Martín del Potro.
And great to see the Brazilians as well as the Argentines. And of course the Brits applauding a superhero after all he's been through. The silver to Juan Martín del Potro.
He left it all out there on the court, didn't he? Gave his absolute utmost. And for that, he should take a lot of credit. Generous applause to the silver medalist, who fitted himself so well.
Médaille d'or et champion
He was
olympique.
so close to gold,
représentant
but it
la
goes to this fella.
Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Olympic champion, representing Great Britain.
Medalha de ouro e campeão olímpico, representando a Grã-Bretanha, Andy Murray.
Soaking it all up, perhaps even more than in London. What a summer it's been for Andy Murray, and this, the culmination. He said that carrying the flag was the proudest moment of his career. Another very proud moment here.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Great Britain.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino da Grã-Bretanha.
médaillés olympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Olympic medalists.
Senhoras e senhores, os
And he's just
medalhistas olímpicos.
checking that it is exactly the same that he won in London. He has a right to be proud. Unquestionably now, the top sportsman over the last few years in Great Britain.
Yeah, etching his name in the history books. No players ever won 2 singles gold, let alone 2 in a row.
The boss liked it. Must have been good. Just fabulous for Andy Murray. And who knows what the rest of the summer will bring. It'll be off to America soon. And maybe a second Grand Slam of the year. It's the Argentines in full voice. It may not have been the Argentine anthem, but the Argentines really made their presence felt here. Well, it's going to be a difficult flight home with Rafa, but I'm sure Rafa will enjoy the success that Andy's had. Thank you for staying with us. It has been a monumental night here in Rio. But Andy Murray of Great Britain is the champion. What a night it's been. What a day it's been for British sport.